Morning, good morning. I don't know how much of an effect the J-Pow thing's gonna be. His what am I trying to say here? His notes were low-key leaked this morning, and we kind of already got the move. So we'll see. Yeah, but what he's gonna talk about, like, was already posted. So, and we'll see what these guys say, but the general gist of what he's gonna talk about and his notes were already put out onto the interwebs. If you guys didn't notice, I tagged you in the indicators channel. I made a thread just going over in depth the new indicator, and I made some nice little charts for you for some quick references for your volume profile shapes. Definitely worth looking over that so that you don't ask me how the indicator works during the session without reading the description. That'd be nice. We could do the bare minimum. Once everyone has like a general understanding of what it's intended to do, then we can start to like talk about trade ideas and my general like approach to it. But I don't want to have to cover like things that I've already covered in the description, right? So I'd like everyone to be on like a at least a similar foundational level so that we can I don't have to repeat myself 40 times. It's gonna happen regardless, but I'm trying to nip it in the bud now before the same questions appear over and over again. I said the bowl minimum would that have been better for you? I don't know if I don't know if you want my experiences in your head. Ugh. We need like the Matrix where you can just download a set, right? And you learn kung fu. Oh boy. It's gonna be an interesting start of session. How much we've gapped. If you bought call options yesterday, the weeklies that we were talking about, definitely worth the risk off half at open, I think. Before premiums get shot. Thank God, Gav. I was worried that you weren't gonna wake up in time. I was actually worried. I don't think it's a bad. I think it was fine holding. I hope. You don't know how much faith I have in those Russell pivots, man. Those like two pivots have led the last 2 weeks of my life in trading. Until they're no longer respected, like I will continue to use them. Pushing in a target here on NQ, this 107 to 113 area off of the hold of our 80 pivot, continued upside pivot that I have drawn, pushing into our 120 on ES off of the hold of our 115s. So Grotto. That's not new. Yeah, it's just the daily volume profile. It's value high. Your this line is POC. Dotted lines are value high. Wonder which chart I actually drew the SPY stuff on yesterday. I don't remember which pane I had that on. I'm an issue. Load layout. Put on this one. I. It was. We are opening at the gap, just to give context on SPY. All right, so we did a full retrace from our lower pivot and pushed up. So we'll have to see if we can now traverse the gap and hold this as supportive for a push up, 50% mark at 511.21. Look for that full gap fill. Failure, of course, is going to result in a back down, retest this balance edge. So just have to see how we open and what things want to hold where. What contracts did I buy? I bought 516s and 519s, bro. Way out of the money. On the low low.
So looking now to the market on open imbalance, 415 million to the buy side.
It's Friday again. Damn. All right. Opening at targets.
So on the open, noting US stocks extend gains with the Nasdaq up 1% now.
See if we get our continuation. 123 is our previous month high, so it's our kind of our target. And we saw liquidity being offered at like 125s. So this area above is pretty reasonable area to look for a Sika high. But again, we're opening at target here on a hold of our 116. So looking for just a little bit more excess and then kind of figuring out where we're going to go from there. But our levels and I think the overall concept of where we're headed on the day is probably going to be maintained. Where we look for this 16 to 12 pivot to holds, and if that doesn't, right, we're going to come back down to this 107.50 to really test directionality. If we fail to breach, it becomes a pretty major level for us. We saw liquidity hold here off of our news candle from this morning and immediately push back up. So clearly, buyers are willing to attempt at our directional pivot. Great sign. So again, SPY just opened at our gap, right? Our 10.3 is kind of what we're looking for to hold here, or we can kind of look back down. So we're looking just for buyers to be able to maintain this low. We are in our gap on SPY and at our resistance from yesterday's value at 510.70. So just really looking to see if we can build here. Actually going to change these charts to RTY here so that we have an understanding of our gaps. Levels will, of course, persist, but it's important to understand how much
So just
room
under
we
10 minutes
have.
time now at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we see the release of the Bank of Canada interest rate decision. A forecast sees the Bank of Canada leaving rates unchanged at 5%. This, if realised, would be the fifth consecutive meeting where the Bank of Canada leave rates unchanged. So again, if you'd like some prep ahead of this Bank of Canada rate decision, our own Tony is going through a live video prep at the moment, the link to which is on the feed for anybody interested. Elsewhere, just noting the US 10-year Treasury yields falling to 4.11% now. That's being the lowest since February 8th.
If that Russell gets our bounce here at VWAP. Q also coming into VWAP. So just need to see if our Globex bid will maintain or if we're going to go for a larger sell. What is it on ES? 6.5.
So in 5 minutes time now at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we see the release of the Bank of Canada rate decision. Median forecast sees the rate remaining unchanged at 5%. If realised, this would be the fifth consecutive hold from the Bank of Canada this cycle. Also, in under 5 minutes' time now, we see the release of the Bank of Canada rate statement.
Five 50. Testing our opening range low on an NQ here at our 100s. Big level. We can get back over our Globex high here on retest, or if it'll be our resistance. I'm fine with where ES is holding at this 15. Just need to see if it'll hold as resistance now, or if we can find acceptance again for a pushback up. If 15's hold as resistance, right, we'll look for a pushback down to our 107 pivot and our Globex VWAP. That'll be, or I would be looking for your first like real look, see if buyers are going to maintain this. Russell leading down, NQ leading up, right? So fixed market. Russell looks like it wants to go for the gap fill, back down to 59 to 57, which is our key pivot. But keep in mind the 6360 is pretty important. You can keep that as our short-term pivot with our rebid line there, and looking for our reactions back into VWAP. Either we recover value low and our VWAP, and this becomes supportive, or it will be a reoffer. And main look will be a push back down to our 59 to 7, which is just your RTH gap fill. If this 63 doesn't hold.
One minute remaining for the Bank of Canada interest rate. Ten seconds. No change, no change. Rate remains unchanged at 5% as expected. So, looking at the Bank of Canada rate statement, they say it is still too early for the Bank of Canada to consider cutting rates. There have been no big surprises since the January rate announcement. Economic growth has remained weak and inflation has eased further. The Bank of Canada needs to give higher rates more time to work, again saying it's too easy to loosen the restrictive policy that has gotten us this far. Says the Canadian labour market has come into better balance and that shelter price inflation remains elevated and more broadly, underlying price pressures persist. Domestic inflation could prove more persistent than expected. Macklem, Bank of Canada's governor, says I continue to expect inflation will be close to 3% through the middle of this year before easing in the second half. Says the bank needs to see further and sustained easing in core inflation. Future progress on bringing down inflation is expected to be gradual and uneven, and upside risks remain. It's still concerned about risks to the outlook for inflation, particularly the persistence in underlying inflation. So again, Bank of Canada reiterates that it is focusing on the balance between supply and demand, inflation expectations, wage growth, and corporate pricing behavior. Reiterates that it wants to see a further and sustained easing in core inflation. The Bank of Canada do know that the Q4 Canadian growth was higher than expected, but the pace remained weak and below potential. Says overall data points to an economy in a modest excess supply. Does add that there are now some signs of wage pressures easing. So Canadian dollar extending its gains after the central bank policy decision there. A CAD JPY is close to flat on the session now at around 110.30.
So far, rejecting our opening range lows off of our 30-second orbs, and the Russell holding value low and our VWAP as resistance, just kind of building, waiting to see directionality. ES back at our pivot here, same with NQ at our 80s. So really nothing's changed. We're just either looking for a pushback into our opening range or a continuation down to retest our Globex VWAPs that I have labeled on chart. Keeping an eye on our 5-minute setup on ES with this 3 bar, with us rejecting our highs here. If we break 13s, again, if that goes offer, pretty likely that we'll come back down to this 107, 106 area. If 15s hold as resistance, and then this goes offer on 13s, just keep that in mind.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, see the release of the second US employment report this week, which is the US job openings. Forecast 8.85 million on the prior 9.026 million, with a range of 9.1 million to 8.67 million expected. We also see the US wholesale inventories month over month revised. The forecast is minus 0.1% on the prior minus 0.1%. Wholesale sales month over month forecast 0.3% on the prior 0.7%. So for Canada, also see the release of the Canadian IV PMI. The prior read was 56.5. Keep in mind as well at the top of the hour, it is when Fed's Powell's Senate testimony is due to begin. So again, we have already seen the text release from this, where Powell did note that they expect it will be appropriate, do not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the policy rate until we have greater confidence in inflation sustainably towards 2%. Powell did also note in this pre-release of the text that it would likely be appropriate to begin dialing back the policy restraint at some point this year. So again, Fed's Powell's testimony, where he'll answer questions, is due to begin at the top of the hour. For the live video for this, it's available on Fed's Powell's entry on the calendar for anybody interested. Canadian money markets see a 23% chance of a Bank of Canada rate cut in April, which is down from 43% before the rate decision and statement.
$50. We can break and hold 204.40, right? We get back into value, yesterday's value, then you can trade down like this candle's crazy. The hell is this? You need this value low to become resistance, or you're just trading yesterday's balance. But this is some wild price action. I mean, usually I have a good read, so maybe. We held this 60 to 70 level for like 80% of Globex. So if this becomes resistance and no longer can kind of find a bid, it'd be pretty interesting because this was a major level
So in
where we could
5
just
minutes
like
time now at 10
buy the
a.m.
low
Eastern
here
time, we see the
over and
release
over
of the
again
US
in
job
Globex.
openings for the month of January. Forecast 8.85 million on the prior 9.026 million, with a range of 9.1 million to 8.67 million expected.
The price
Wholesale inventories month
dude
over
needs to
month
stop
revised
talking.
for January. Forecast minus 0.1% on the prior minus 0.1%. Wholesale sales month over month. Forecast 0.3% on the prior 0.7%. For Canada, we see the release of the Canadian IV PMI, which had a prior read of 56.5. So keep in mind as well, at the top of the hour,
For
Fed's
the
Powell is due to begin his
my god,
testimony as
this
well.
guy won't talk.
The live video is pinned to Powell's entry in the calendar for anybody interested. Again, as another reminder, Fed's Powell has already released the text for this speech at the testimony. However, he will be taking questions after delivering the speech.
You want this area that I just drew to reoffer here if you want a bullish or bearish continuation down, or it's just gonna come back over 70s. So this like 63, 65 areas where you want to see strong offers, or again, it's just gonna look for 70 and you're gonna get this chopping rotation. Until you see this rejection, it's going to be a very hard trade looking for downside off of this level. This is a very, this short, here, let me just show it. Go into Globex. This is what happened on every attempt from this level. Globex. This is pivot that I drew is really good to let us know if that downside is likely off these rejections into it. We saw it over and over and over again where this became our resistance off of a look below. So as long as that's maintaining, you should get the downside, which is what we're seeing now. Russell in the top of our pivot here at our Globex VWAP retesting. So either that'll become supportive, right, or this will be our resistance, and just trade into the bottom of the range until this is no longer just oscillating into this box. Watching this 35 to 41 on NQ though. Section of our 5965s, just playing our levels. ES target is still the same off of the failure to breach and hold above 15s. Still looking for that 107.5, 106.75 area. Just retest of our liquidity that's there from the J-Pound news candle.
One minute remaining now. I'll lead with the US JOLTS job openings.
News in 1 minute.
Ten seconds.
10 seconds till news. Pushing into our ES target
8
now.
spot 863 million, 8 spot 863 million. That's higher than forecast. 8 spot 85 million. Wholesale inventories month over month revised of minus 0.3%, minus 0.3%, lower than forecast minus 0.1%. Wholesale sales month over month of minus 1.7%, minus 1.7%, lower than forecast 0.3%. For Canada, the IV PMI at 53.9, 53.9. Looking to the markets, relatively unchanged following that.
Immediate bid off our 107.50 into our liquidity pivot. See if we can reach or if it'll retrace. No clue. All I know is that it's an important level. I want to see us back over 15s. Going to hold,
for jobs job opening,
or we can continue to just now range here, retracing this full candle.
From 9.026 million.
NQ levels maintain. Right, we just trade pivot to pivot. Either they hold as supportive, we hold the high edge, we bid off it, trade up to the low edge. Our first period levels just developed on period value zones. You've got 3 levels here. One, two, three, 11s. 1, three actually. Let's see if this will hold into 63.6 on RTY. Again, we're watching to see if this 107.50 will hold on ES.
January report on the feed for anyone interested.
Just ES Globex VWAP and our liquidity pivot from the morning plan. These candles now fully retraced.
We've also posted out the US wholesale inventories January final report on the feed.
Pushing into our next target off of the hold of our 40 to 35, 20 to 14s.
Treasury 610.
So we'll continue to bid, or it will become resistance, and we can look for our next pivot. Russell's still maintaining our box, rotating around it. So until that fails, you're really relying on NQ to continue momentum down. So if that ceases, right, Russell's still maintaining, then it's going to be a lot harder to get that action. Watch for a reoffer into our Globex VWAP on ES. Or a push and hold under 102s for a look into 97s. And your first risk off of the 104, 102 short is going to be into 97s. 97s either hold as our key pivot or will push down if 97s become resistance, probably back down to 93s. So we'll watch this. Is what's happening right now.
So this is a reminder for our users. Tomorrow, the ECB is due to announce their latest interest rate decision as well. So if you'd like some prep ahead of this interest rate decision from the ECB, our very own Tony again will be doing a live video stream, just going over the fundamentals surrounding this. So the link to tune in is now available on the FJ feed. Again, the video due to start tomorrow at 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time.
So again, just watch the reoffer here.
US stocks pair their gains. The S&P 500 now up 0.3%, Nasdaq 0.2%, Dow up 0.3%.
You need sellers to push this below twos. If this becomes supportive, then bids can step in and push over fours. And then you can look for more upside. So we really want to see sellers push this down if you want continuation. Russell back to our low at that 59 to 57 key pivot. So it's going to be really hard until Russell loses momentum for that downside to be actionable anymore. This is just your directional pivot. Like either 104s will show bid or 102s will go offer here. And you have two very clear levels, right? This is your target above, this is your target below. And this is literally the middle. Russell coming up into our Globex VWAP again, top of our range. So let's see if it rejects here again, or if it can start to push. Generally, I will always use our Russell pivot as kind of like, you know, your quote unquote top. We then need to see how far of a pullback it needs to do. So we've got our POC to play off of here at 66.7. I don't really want to see it fall any lower than that if you want continuation. So you want RTY to be able to bid here with fours then showing supportive if these fail to hold and fours fail to hold right at the same time,
BP to cut
then you're gonna get
capacity at Gelsenkirchen
a
refinery
failure to
from
push.
2025.
We should see from the 511s, the 5111 test here, a retest of 7.5, and then we'll see if it'll bid. That would be ideal. You really want to see this NQ 14 to 20 be supportive on this pushback into value. So here are your tests. It's your sevens from the failure at 11s that we were talking about. This is your retest of value low on NQ. See if a bid can step in here and hold. Not very interested if sevens don't hold. We'll just come back down to value low at fours. Here's your liquidity test. Yes. I got everyone that was on your previous list, Aaron. But maybe there's someone, I don't know, like 158 names. Watching the Russell as we push down into our pivot here, 64.2, or if we can recover POC. Either one's going to be a key. If you're playing off of this 14 to 20 area on NQ or the 7.5, right? This is our first risk off into our high. We're looking for a look above and the ability to hold for more upside. Need to see the Russell bounce into this 64.2 or NQ to push over 35s. Either one, really. We can't have NQ start to lag with the Russell falling for and expect movement on EOS. We need one of them to get a push. So again, watching as we push into our zone here. See if we can create a higher low. Or if NQ can push over this 35.40. Just got stopped on my last one there. Back to our 102, 104. Okay, let me put this on another chart so that we can go over this. So our first zone has been created on the day, and what we're seeing is a failure at our value low to breach, right? Which is what we were looking for off of the buy at our 107.50. So it was either going to hold there and we were going to be able to push over and then build for a continuation for a trade back up to value, or this is going to reject and continue down, right, off of a failure. So this is why I bid off the 107.50. I took profit into this level, and then we were looking to see if we were going to get the confirmation over or not. Until we can breach and hold above this level is resistance, right? There's no reason to be looking for more upside unless we have our confirmations. What were our confirmations? Russell being able to hold this 64.2 and NQ being able to breach over 35.40. Neither of those happened, so play invalidated, right? No more upside. So we need to respect that there was no catalyst to push market up, so market goes down. And again, we talked about the 107.50. If that fails, we're just going to rotate back down to our 104, 102. So you can have a very tight stop there, playing off of our key level, taking profit into this, looking for more, but understanding that if this doesn't hold, we're just going to fill this node and come back down to where this liquidity was. So is there a reason for you to stay in this play on Hopium, understanding what we need for upside? No. And just re-enter here. Do we see that this is this? See if we can get a supportive bid here. This is NQ Globex VWAP. Needs to recover it. B resistance. Russell into Globex VWAP as well. Above. So pretty substantial pivots here. Same test as before with Russell into our pivot here, 6360. Need to see a bid step in, and you need to see NQ be able to push over this 3540 if you want any upside on ES, or we will reject. I've got just my own music on instead of like copyright free. I figured people would want their own music. I was getting a little sick of the lo-fi EDM after like 3 weeks straight of it. Just jamming out to a Fred Again playlist. Yesterday was metal. Today is EDM, but not Monster Cat garbage. I'm just waiting for confirmations here, guys. Until NQ pushes over this 3541, it's just going to be very hard for me objectively. Uh, want more upside. We're just holding VWAP as resistance. Russell looking above, it's a good first sign, but we need to see it become supportive. Every attempt so far in the session on a push above VWAP has resulted in a look above and failure. So just being very careful here. Sad girl folk. Or like sad girl indie, you know, more my jam, if anything. I can't play that flex or I'll get copywritten. I did listen to it though. I don't know, it was all over the place yesterday. Go look. Oh, it's gonna be so hard because I've been listening to music for the entire Globex session. So my history is gonna be like 40 pages long. Actually, you know what? I listened to a lot of no, I started the day with metal and then I ended up just like listening to like cigarettes after sex playlists. They just like kept coming up over after over, like one after another, which is basically like sad girl indie, to be honest. Oh, nice Hollywood. My history is wild. Just like swinging genres. Ooh, funny. Actually, all over the place. See if 41s can now hold. It's 41 to 35 on NQ. Still just holding ESPOC. But we're trying to make this supportive. There is an attempt. NQ still just holding this 50 though, which is low XVU up. Need to see the lift. Ideally, Russell can breach over the 69.50, which is our value high, and make that supportive for a push to 73.2, or we will maintain balance. So, big tests overall here. So NQ looking over a view up. Really solid rebid of our 35.41 on the look above, pushing into our next target. Russell's still not breaking out of value. Watch our push into 71s on NQ if you're long off of the 41.35 hold. That's your period value reoffer. So the way that this works, again, if you're unfamiliar, we have now mean reverted, and we are now back to seller value here. So this is where you risk off longs from outside of balance, and where we look to see if shorts are going to be positioning to push back down, or if we can re-engage inside this balanced area, balance being between this red line and this red line, right? Can we now get back in, or will shorts push down off of this level? In reference, did I delete the chart? Maybe. But yeah, we're looking to see now if we can do something like this and then pop, or if this is going to reject and come down. But it makes for a really nice first risk off for a mean reversion trade. And now we look to see if it can sort of on the look above. Russell finally broke. ES now into the high of our period balance. This is our opening range low, the 30-second at 117 for ES. And Q's got a bit higher. We can go into 100s basically if we can breach 80s. We're looking to see if the Russell can now bid off of 69.5, our value high on this retest from the breach. Again, until we see a look above and hold, expect sellers to be positioned at these levels. You need to see them become supportive. They are risk-offs for longs. That is just how it works. We did the full rotation though, from failures at 15s from the morning short, right? Push down. We then did the full reversion back to 97s, recovered our 102, made it supportive at our 104s, looked up, and then we're right back to the original short from the day. So nothing has changed. We're gonna need to see a pretty strong lift here, or I'm expecting pullbacks. Should get a decision in a second. We just have everything at our major pivots, and if buyers can't push above and show some excitement, right, then you're gonna have a lot of potential for exhaustion and a retest back of a value, right? Bring in some fresh liquidity. Nice job, Manly. We're coming up into our second reversal potential in our new period developing on this new hourly. Just keep that in mind at 11. So we'll have some new levels to play off of. Some volatility stepping back in. Usually a pretty good sign if we're holding, if we've recovered value highs across the board as we enter our new period off of the indicator to kind of show trend, a good sign of trend. If you missed these like lower rotations, don't feel bad. There'll be more opportunities on the day. It's setting up. All right, new hourlies have opened. New targets have been set. I should make these one a little less messy. Why did that break the indicator? Watching NQ into 17s. You'd like to see NQ be able to bid off of this 93 to 100. It's our 30-second opening range low off this hold with our new established target at value high here at 17. Yeah, I mean, as long as we held 97, there was no reason to think more downside was likely. Like we maintained our higher auction. Riley is moving. 2357. Sheesh. We're looking for 1750 to 16 bid on this pushback down into value from our reversion. We're now looking to see if this can hold or if we're going to need to make this becomes resistance again or a full rotation. So pretty key pivot here on the retest of value on the break. Need to see bids just immediately step in and be able to hold this. Russell leading up here. Yes, still holding our overnight low. Sorry, I can't speak. Our overnight high here as resistance. So if that continues to hold as resistance, I'm still looking for 1750 for a push down, retest of value. So one more leg down. If the Russell can push over the 73.2, right, and NQ can also catch a bid, then there's no that last leg down. But as of right now, I'm not seeing the strength that we need to show that this doesn't down at least. But yes. That does not mean I'm looking for a short here. I'm looking for a long, but just a better pullback. Huge. Congrats, Quill. That's big, man. How are you doing it with the trade copier? Are you just doing like two accounts at a time? So you have like two separate Apex logins or something, and then you have like two accounts on. But you don't have to have all of them copying at the same time. You can just like select a few, or what? Or you added more after already having funded accounts on it. So then you added like two more evals, and then those are on the copy. Still have your funded on this. Oh, really? You can do your eval and your funded at the same time. Interesting. I guess it's all sim anyways, regardless if it's funded or not. So it doesn't really change anything. So sketchy. Yeah, I think that makes sense, and like it can be also like a good safety net for yourself, like emotionally, understanding that you have like a lifeline. I think that could be helpful for a lot of you. Like this, it's not like you know, you have a backup. That doesn't mean like you shouldn't be practicing your risk, but like you should be a bit more comfortable attempting things, understanding that it's not like I don't know. I see a lot of people I feel like would get like psyched out having one eval or like one funded account, and now you're like all this pressure allows you to kind of take multiple trades but not feel like you like have the potential to give it all back, right? Take a couple trades on one account, switch over to another. I mean, the trade copier is great if it's running on something like Apex with Sim because you don't need to worry about like fills. So like, you can get your ideal positioning across all your accounts. So that's where I feel like it really thrives because you'll like actually just get the same fill on all of them, won't you? Which is just completely unlikely skill trading. Slight slippage, okay. I'm like straight up just talking from assumption. I have no clue. You guys know more than me. But I'm just assuming all of Apex is just sim, regardless. I think people emotionally, it's just a lot. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, you can size up on one account, but also like your potential drawdown goes up, right? Like your risk with more contracts on. Like if you're comfortable trading or 1 to 2 lots, that's fine. Like you have an understanding of like what your ideal drawdown is. As soon as you go to like 5 lots, like a couple ticks of drawdown hurts a shitload. But if you can spread that off on like a couple accounts and be able to get an ideal positioning, like I definitely understand the appeal. Like trading 5 lots and trading 2 lots on NQ is like a completely different feeling. Like you know when you're wrong real quick with 5 lots. But I get both arguments. I'm not a huge fan of this price action. I'm glad I'm fine with where we're holding and where we're building. The ability for NQ to build at this 70 to 80 is great. But just this like straight grind, slow grind up channel that we're doing is not great for me trying to get. NQ is literally holding the low of our 30-second opening range at 100s. That's all it's doing right now. We're just holding resistance of our initial balance, basically. Not the IB, but like of the 30-second hit trading and balance. So like until we see acceptance over and this like bid again off of this is supportive for me, it just feels like I want the pullback or I want to look above and then I want an aggressive bid off of it. I'm not comfortable trying to take a trade off of this level. It's literal coin flip. So if we can hold this 2350 and make it supportive on the higher time frame, I don't see a reason why we don't look for 35, 39. What I've got written as well for the plan. We held our directional pivot. found buyers at our 104s, pushed off, recovered our 15s. From the 15s, came up into our target from the 23 to 25 area. Um, Again, if this can show as supportive and we can recover and hold our previous month high here at 123.50, it's makes complete sense that we come up and retest this node, right? We just need to see if we can build acceptance here. Again, ideally I want to see a pullback. It doesn't need to happen, but it would be nice to fill in some of the structure and see a buyer and then bid like that, right? That I'd feel a lot more comfortable in that position. But we've done my full plan for the entire Globex session into target. Did the full retrace and pop target. So again, like I really just want to see some structure built here, and yeah, big fan of some pullbacks. Be nice. See if these get some continuation. Like even the footprint is just a disaster to look at. Like I don't know what to play off of. Like my footprint chart is a channel. That is that's something. Watching the Russell here with this the reversion signal. If it doesn't bounce here at our AV WAP and our rebid reversal line, then we can look for value this area here as our pullback target. Just keep in mind that when we get a reversion signal like this, but we're holding our AV WAP, that there's a high likelihood that this is the pullback. Like, because we're at our mean, right? We're holding an anchored VWAP at trend. So we need to see a push below this for a return to our period value high, or this will just maintain as supportive because we have a actual trend. You don't really want to trade those signals if we're above our anchored VWAP, because you're just not expecting huge reversion. Same with like this one here, right? Like we're just maintaining. They're gonna make me play off this 123, dude. I really don't want to. That might be all we get. Annoying as that is. Our attempt to lift on ES. NQ is just not convincing. No way the seller goes off sides here. Right? They're attempting to hold over 93s for this NQ seller to be offside. Give me a pullback. That isn't an inside candle. All right, well, at least we have a buyer offsides now at 98 on NQ. Should give us a little bit of ammo here for a push down. We'll see how we react as we push back down into 73-70 area if this 80s doesn't hold. Down into our target here. See if our 70s will hold or if it'll become resistance. We can trade back down to value. Big tests across the board here. RTY back into value high. Yes, coming back down into our value high as well. Currently trading at our Globex high. Two more seasons? Wow. Yeah, I mean, as soon as we saw that guy, it was offsides. It was good, especially with us holding that. See if we can get more. We have to be careful as ES comes down into our target, though, value. 17s to 19s, we look for a bid. That fails to show anything. Then we can traverse back down into our balance, but just keep that in mind with Russell and ES coming into our green period value zones. NQ really is the only one that's leading here. I'm gonna be seeing if this 60 will hold first attempt. This, we got a little bit of liquidity here that we just ate. Again, watching RTY and ES come down into this low as we passed. If 60s are going to hold, we should be able to then rebid off of 70s, right? Make that supportive and continue up, or this will be our resistance, then we can continue down. Keeping an eye on RTY and ES to see if they also confirm a low. This should be able to trade up to about 86, 87 safely. Yeah, here you go. It's your first risk off. ES held value, really solid rebid. Russell, a bit weaker, but everything coming down into our pivot at the same time with our 60 liquidity and then the push over 70s and pop into our reoffer into our 86 line area talking about. So that's basically the scalp. That's it. So now we just have to wait to see if we can get a push over this, and if this buyer is not going to be offsides anymore. That's up at 97.98. Curious to see if that was enough of a liquidity grab for us to get out of here and push over that 100. Sorry if that was too quick of a trade for it to be actionable for you. I was really trying to set you up with the ES pivot with the look into it so that we were prepared for it. But it's one of those things where it's like just a liquidity grab. It's going to be real quick. But if you can spot that kind of stuff, I mean, it's an easy 20 point. And I mean, like on an ES, it's an easy 5 points. I don't know if we're going to get the break or not on this test, but that's the only thing that I found. Yeah, what I was trading off of. Especially with the test back into value on ES with that liquidity there that I was looking for on NQ. I love seeing you apply what we talked about in DMs immediately. Love it. Big. All right, NQ. Time to figure it out. Figure out where we want to go. NQ footprint today is ugly. I have to like change to a tick chart. 5 minute is just not the move today. It's these candles or something. Nah, I just leave it all standard. I really don't try to mess with stuff. I don't have to. Just feels like I'm fitting. As soon as I start like messing with settings on indicators, I just always am like I'm overtuning, fitting for a specific day or a specific like price action that took place. Like either it's standardized or it's not. It's so easy to overfit in trading. I find being able to find like strategies that work in all different regimes, right? It's the way to go. Just like sometimes, you know, as long as they have like over a 60% win rate, that's good enough for me. Looking for like super specialized, super fitted, like fitted indicators and strategies is just how you set yourself up for failure as soon as like you get any sort of like shift in market dynamic. That's something that I've had to learn the hard way. Now I just like keep everything super standardized. Yeah. It's so easy to do as well. Especially when you're backtesting, if you're only backtesting in a specific like regime. Like you're not changing anything day to day. Like nothing's shifting. So like as soon as like a market dynamic does change, you're completely screwed. And you're like, oh, but I backtested, like for 4 weeks. It's like, nah, dude, it's the same trend. Like it's the same market. This 100 level in Q is tough. Jesus. And I don't even think that liquidity down at 80s is going to be good. We'll see as we push into it, but I'm not a huge fan of that candle. Like how the footprint developed on it, with POC being that high. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping that we get a break over hundreds here and a move to 11s, and then us 100s and our supported bid step in and push us off. That's the dream. This 100 continues to act as resistance. It's so ugly. I'd like to see a bit of an excited tape push out. I'm about to just start trading RTY. Oh, they gotta lift off this, so this guy's screwed. You need follow through desperately. There you go. Nice. That was almost ugly. Yeah. Look at the uh delta at 5 paper. How one-sided it is with how much was there until they lifted. You have this seller who's potentially trapped at 1.6. I'd like to see that 106 now hold supportive. This 108, 106. I don't want to see us below that, or I'll just look for a rebid of 100s. This guy can get punished, and we can hold this candle. Look for a push over our value at 18, and then supportive rebid off of 121. Just look for this high. Where we look pushing 121 supportive should give you trend up. It's our 30-second opening range high as well as our value high on the day. So we're looking for a break of balance. And failure to break this high, I fully expect us to come down to retest this node. So we really want to see the ability for buyers to be able to lift off of this and then bid off of 121. You have a seller offsides on ES at 126-ish. As your look above, pop. See if 21s can now hold a supportive on a retest. Keeping an eye on the Russell into this low, showing a bit of divergence, but as long as we're holding the 75.40, it's not too big of an issue. And we've got value low behind, below that at 73.6. But I would like to see this continue to be able to push. We're just kind of rotating between either RTY leading or NQ. Ideally, at some point, we see both of them pushing together, not just kind of rotating. Value retest here on NQ. So far, a really nice hold of 121. Need to see a continuation though. Russell needs to be able to hold value here, or I don't get what I want. Right, I want to see Russell bounce here, value low, as this is happening. Russell not holding. Keep that in mind. Be careful. Need to see that find a low soon. Watching ES in this FEG fill as well. We can get more than 10 points. RTY needs to find this low. Looks like it wants to come down to our 69.8. Risking off one here from 21s. 35 is our target. Just risked off another. Watching Russell as we come down into our value pivot here. Love to see a bid happen here on RTY. Failure to hold here, then it's going to push down into 66.7. So I really want to see this lift. I'm out one more from 121 into our 35s on NQ. One contract left here. What happens when a seller's offsides, vice versa? Well, think about when you're in a position when you're short or you're long. They're getting punished, but what does it mean to get punished? They have to either continue to stay in that position and draw down, right? Or they have to market close, which will give liquidity on the other side of the trade. So if you're short, you have to market buy out of that position, get filled. So it gives like I guess I would say like short-term lift, and then you can see then buyer momentum then on from shorts getting squeezed or longs getting squeezed, right, downside, or they have to close, and then that's market sells because they're offsides on a trade, and then you have continuation that can happen off of that from actual market participants that want to then trade with that price action. Russell holding here is fine. This is just Globex VWAP. We just need to see some continuation. This is good. I'm still long off of one of the 21s. Got to push over 35s. I'd love to see this be supportive here. Uh, Not a ton to talk about. This 21 liquidity has been so nice to trade off of. Need to see the Russell push over 7180 here. I bought 4 contracts. at a 21.75, 22.25, 22.75 average, and then sold into 31s, 31.50, 32, 35. Huge delta just put on there on EOS. See if they can defend it at 28s. Beauty of holding a runner. Again, Russell just at Globex VWAP and our value, right? Correct lift. Huge deltas being put on here on EOS. I don't know who's going to win this out. You have a potential seller who can be caught off sides here at 28, 29. If we can lift off of this. If buyers punish this, and that's something. Like negative 2K on that candle. Crazy. I'm looking for 50s to now hold on any sort of retest, or I'm going to stop out. Good lift. Good punishment of the seller who's trapped now at 28. Yes. This is your first like real risk off here in Russell into value low or value high. I'm out off of that. I need to use the bathroom. I don't want to manage this trade. I'll be right back. Keep an eye on Russell here on the rejection of value. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Um, Now with positioning, you're seeing the punishment. Are you re-entering after scaling down at all? Usually I will, Camille, but I did not there because I had to use the bathroom that entire trade. So I just wanted to get out as fast as possible. So I could go pee. Not gonna lie. But usually I would scale if I saw an opportunity. There wasn't a really great opportunity there though, with any sort of like imbalance that we had created. The only thing that you could play off of, so like the again, like what the trade idea here was Russell holding our Globex value. Sorry, our I'm losing my voice. Russell bidding off of Globex VWAP, a push back down into our period value off of the indicator, right? Holding of this 6950 and bidding here, push back up to value, value high on the daily profile, while ES was able to hold 21s, which is our opening range high of our 30-second range, after having all of these trapped sellers down here at our opening range low at the hundreds, right? So we saw a huge shift where we were holding the low of our opening range to the high and then holding our value high off of our period while maintaining a bid at our 21s. So like for me, I had the Russell coming in looking for that lift that was going to give NQ the movement that I wanted, while also being able to see the bid step in and hold here, and then watching both a NQ seller and an ES seller both get caught off sides at this position for a lift up catalyst with the Russell holding and looking for that push up, right? So like there's a lot of potential where we have like a triple threat where all three are moving together, which gives us lots of movement, which is what I'm looking for. Um, if the opportunity presented itself where like we saw a really nice level where we could have gotten back in or grabbed more, you definitely could have. I definitely could have added again on 21s. There are multiple opportunities. But instead I just scalped the 21-35 range 3 times where I just like entered and then exited into that level and then just left a runner with my stop below 21. On the last one, looking for the lift up with the Russell still holding and getting the stack buy signal into our value. But like if you can create that kind of setup for yourself where you're going to find like the Russell coming into a pivot where we're looking for lift, and we have NQ holding a level where we're looking for lift, and we have ES holding our A swap and our value, right? Like you're gonna get movement. That's what you're looking for. We want that like the triple threat, the big move, where like you just make money, you're never off sides. That's the goal. Are you going short now? No, I'm not going short. We're in like super solid trend. If anything, I'll look for another pullback buy. I don't think this is a terrible level to look to risk off longs on the Russell into 75s. We need to see it become supportive, but I don't think it's a great short opportunity as of yet. I think it's better to just look for pullbacks for long continuation instead of being trapped in a potentially bad short trade. What ES level? Uh, for ES, I mean, you want to see these 30s hold, but I don't know if they will, man. I mean, ideally 30s hold so that we don't have to run in this auction again. Because, like, you see how we have this node here? You want this edge to be supportive so that we don't have to rotate back down and then retest these lows. Yeah, just like you want to see bid step in here where we have this LVN. Because if we don't hold this and we don't see bid step in here at this 130, 129, whatever you want to call it, doesn't really matter. We have the ability to come back down to 2750 and then right come back down to the low at value at 24s. So you really want to see the bid be off of this, where you have the chance to rotate this node. Right, we want to see acceptance at this tail. I'm not looking at ES footprint though, so there might be something different. I'm on NQ right now. Give me a sec, I'll look. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, you really want this 29.75, 130 area to hold, or it gets a little wishy-washy. Like, ideally, we see this hold, and then you have a 3 bar on the 5 minute, right? With that liquidity holding at 130s as supportive, and then you have a 3 bar up. If this fails and buyers don't step in here and continue this up, then we have a chance to come back down into this range, right? That node that I was talking about. So you really want that liquidity to be found here at this 130 for that 3 bar on the 5. Need to see a push over 32s for confirmation. AUD USD support. I don't trade I mean I can look for you, bro, but I'm not USD. And you're in like straight up trend. Put a volume profile on this. I don't trade this stuff though, but volume is volume. I mean, you really want to see this hold here. This is acceptance in the previous balance. This being the balance. Turn off, extend. So what you're looking for is this edge high here. You show is supportive for a lookup. If we can see this area right here become your supportive level, you can then look for new highs pretty pretty easily. But you need to see this lift up or you're just trapped into your previous balance with your POC here. It's your value high on the day. This is like a pretty super quick, but like this is just based off of volume, right? So we're looking for acceptance here at the high of your balance. And as soon as you're able to lift over this like 65,801, you should be able to push up to 66.45. Ideally, this 65,740 holds, or you have potential to come back down to this low. Right, we want to see a lift, look above, ability to push, or you have the ability to look down, re-offer, come back down into this liquidity, and then figure out which way you're going to go from there. Failure to hold this, then you're going to retest your value high, and then you'll get a decision after that. Or either you re-enter your balance, come back down to POC, or this holds and recovers is supportive. So this is a very major area. Hopefully that's helpful. All right, let's see if we can find another trade. I'm sad I had to exit that, but you know, duty calls. Looks like we have a potential 4-bar setting up on ES on the 5. If we can continue to hold here, just need to see acceptance back over these highs of 3250, right? Again, with the new indicator, we've got this period anchored VWAP on. So when we're holding this deviation, like we are right now, is supportive, it's a really great sign of trend, right? So as long as we're holding this, you're looking for basically just trend continuation. You're not really looking for reversion trades. You've got a bullish move. Well, the good news is I didn't miss out on anything. Closed at the high, but I would have liked a re-entry. ES is still holding that structure where we're willing to bid off of that 30 imbalance and just building. Need to see this be able to lift over this 33 though and get so like some sweepers in. They're attempting. Go. Are you in this, Hollywood? Nice. Need to see some movement on the Russell here soon. Killing me. I really want to see buyers defend like 32.75 here. You know, need to. Want us to hold this. It needs to step up. No lower than this, or I just wouldn't be comfy. That would do a low. Russell maintaining fine as long as it. Now we just wait for R2 for NQ. See if I can find something. Flip over to that footprint. Footprint's not auto sizing when I switch charts, so I don't. Do we have anything that we can work off of here? This looks pretty ugly. Only thing I really see is trying to play off of this like 48 to 49.50. Um, but it's not great. We need to see this seller get trapped and then buyers lift. So far it's working. We need to get back over 59s here. It's here or nowhere for me on NQ. Either the bid's able to hold here, or it just looks like we'll probably get a rotation back down. I want to see trapped sellers, ideally here at this 40 to 50, and then a bid be able to push over 58 for confirmation. It's pretty two-sided so far. I'm a bit worried with Russell coming into value high with NS. Bit worried. So I need to see this lift over 58s and see some continuation here for me comfy. It's still holding on offer. Yes, into value high. Sorry, RTY into value high, rejecting our 78.50 still. I'm not sold on this. Just patiently waiting for a low that I care about. It's 45 as we can lift off of it. Like a 1 inch, 1.5 inch sole. What is that? Some high heels. This is starting to look like um if we can lift over 78, 78.50s on RTY, there potentially might be something here. Just letting ES and NQ kind of rotate back down to our pivots while the Russell tests the high. If we can breach the high, right, and make balance breach outside of a balance, has potential as these come back and mean we're just watching to see if the Russell can maintain basically like 76.8. Being really patient here. Gotta wait for these things to confirm lows. The ideal scenario is always to be able to see someone off sides at one of these edges as we do this, and then we can get a lift off of it. It's like pretty like two-sided trading. I don't really want anything with it. This is where we can start to look speculatively. this 35 on NQ. See if a bid can hold here and form, or we're going to push back down to our 21s. We're looking for an aggressive seller to become exhausted and get trapped off sides as we push down into value. No, I'm not sure, Robert. I'm looking for a long here. I think if you are trying to get short off of anything, you can try to play off of like 35 to 41 on NQ as your offer and a rejection of value high on a reentry, right? So you're basically just playing off of this offer here and you're looking for a rejection and then we're looking for a pushback into this value target. But you have to be very careful. You really need to see sellers slam here or this thing can reverse. You need to see a sweep from sellers below 32s or that'll hold as supportive on NQ. Big test here as we come back down into the lows. You need to see aggressive sellers down here. They need to break this low. If it goes over 33s, I think the trade's over. There you go. Pushing into target now. That's the only short that I could come up with. Now we look to see if 121 still have liquidity. Let me see if this 113, 121 holds as supportive, or if it becomes resistance on a look below. Then we can trade back down to POC at 93s. Oh, this is a big test here for NQ. Says ES into value low as well, or value high, sorry. See if we can play off these 21s again. If we get over 28s, your target's 33s. $33 here, first trim. I want to see 27 to 30 now hold as supportive on any sort of pushback in from buy side. I want that to be defended. Need to get over 33s. 27s were defended, but not a huge push. Retesting 33 now. Want to see a lift. Mm, not a huge fan of that. Gonna get one more opportunity here. Testing 33s again. I'm out. I'll look to re-enter if things look better on a Russell, but I don't like the rejection of 75.40. We can lift over 33s and it becomes supportive on a retest here. I'll look to re-enter. But that just looked a bit sketch for me with the Russell rejection. My issue here is like if 28s don't stay bid, this all of a sudden from going from a 3-bar reversal can turn into a 3-bar to the downside on the 5 on NQ. Or sorry, no, yeah. On NQ. I just need to see like the bids stay pretty consistent here, or I just like don't feel that comfortable. I'm just really watching that 28 level. Testing 33s here. Hmm. Getting back in at 3 probably the move, which something just feels off to me. I don't know why. It feels like we've got some absorption here. I'd like to see like the Russell be able to get a bit more strength. Consider. This is too much of a coin flip here. Seller positioning is still the same from the previous short. RTY is still not showing the strength I want. Yes, just holding value. I think if we reoffer 33s and they sweep it down from there, it's over. We look for a move down. Should be a interesting attempt. See what happens with this tapering that we have here with the imbalance. I'm gonna wait regardless. It's too awkward of a position. But I think playing off of that 30 is fine. It just, again, I'm very particular. This is your first risk off if you played off of the 33s. As we push back down into our 21-13 pivot on NQ. Ideally, for any sort of like real bearish continuation, we're gonna need to see a push to our Globex high, a retest of this like 13 to 21 level, a push down, and then the ability to kind of continue. This will continue to act just as our supported pivot. It's just going to be choppy, which is why it's like kind of an awkward level where you can like definitely take scalps with this being a range, but there'll be a better opportunity. Like an actual like aggressive one-sided trader steps in. It just always feels really awkward for me to try to short into value as like a scalp, because I'd rather just wait for the long. Like even though we do see the opportunity there and the levels are very clear, I just I'm always afraid that the auction can reverse. Like I mean, I know that the auction can reverse very quickly, so it's just one of those things. Where it's like, why not just play off of the 21 again? You know. The ideal setup that we're looking for like a real short is going to be a push below our AV WAP here, this becoming our rejection point, and this kind of showing sell side acceptance, and then popping down into this pivot. That is what you're looking for like actual. Because right now, all I see is like the potential for a liquidity grab down into 23s, and then you have a battle at either a recovery of our value high here, or this becomes your rejection point. Battle with this level to play in 17. To me, the reoffer of value from a look away just feels like a better trade than trying to guess which way this is going to break. Oh, I need eye drops. Jesus. Space heater is killing me. All right, my bad. I'm here. Yeah, I mean, I don't really see much. Again, like the 21's by far the best trade. Just back up to value. End of lunch here, and then 30 minutes after that, we'll have our new hourly and our new period will develop for our potential reversal. Russell still just rotating ticks around POC. ES back to value high, and Q back to value high. So still range bound with Russell locked at this pivot. I'm a fan of this RTY hold if we can continue to bid here at 76.4. See a bit more just to show that it's real. Need to see 51s, 52s stay bid here in NQ for a potential 3-bar. See a bit more participation. We're watching to see if we can recover this high at 55s. So far holding a low. Great. See if this can build out. Problem is like either we recover the 55s or we're going to rotate back down. I don't have much structure here. Trying to show you. That's right. So right now we are trading this edge, this edge, and so we're going to oscillate this and break. This is going to rotate. RTY still just not ready. There's your rotation down from the failure. Back to 35s. Node to node. I am interested. We are at target. Why are we dumping? Who knows, man? But we are back to Globex VWAPs. So let's see if we can find some buyers. Wait for this to cool down.
That was a little nutty. What's funny, Sig, is I actually jumped on voice to get the British guy's voice news because I was like, "Holy cow, that was a big dump."
Yeah,
He didn't say anything, did he? Though.
I don't know. I didn't hear anything.
Go see if the news channel has anything.
It was just a rejection of value high, but I don't know if there was news to go with it. Watching to see if the Russell can hold here. We just traded value to value here. So again, like until we break below 12s on ES, think of this as supportive. Same thing for RTY. And Q still has a bit of room. I won't touch this until I know why.
And so just noting the S&P 500 is quickly moving down. It's pairing its gains. Yeah, so it's now up 0.35% on the session. A little bit of upside in the dollar as well. Dixie pairing losses now down 0.4%. Again, that doesn't seem to be a news catalyst for this move. Just keeping our eyes out on the wires.
Useless. Barely. NQ went to a value low and bounced. Now looking to see if we can break back over 70.50. I definitely wouldn't feel bad about missing this. Either it'll be an overreaction and we completely reverse and trade back up through it, or we'll get continuation once actual news comes out on a break of value and hold. Until then, right, we're just at value lows. Now we just look to see if this guy's done selling. Like my man's on Twitter right now searching. Like that's what we pay you to know. Yeah. Quite the move. Let's see if they try to hold this at 100s again on NQ. Back to this horrible level. Watching NQ into our 13 to 21. We have offer holds here. It's like these pivots are gonna hold, or we're just gonna retrace the entire sell off. So it's worth like looking now. Watch your rebid here, 21 1950. Either it holds here, or again, we will either hold here off this 21 to 1950 and retrace the entire move, or we'll look for a push below 1350s for a continuation down. First risk off here. 1750s on ES, 6950 on RTY, 9375 NQ. Second risk off here, POCs, and our value lows. Alright, so look, you got the trade. It's all good. Always another trade. See if value holds or if this will shift down. And one runner just waiting. This is value on NQ. I'd like to see 60s now hold as resistance here on NQ, where these buyers were previously. Nice.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the Fed's beige book.
20s next target. Some big size coming in on ES. This 510. I'm out full here. I'll look to re-enter if 1550s shows resistance, or we push below this buyer. We just put on huge size at 5110. Yes. $5,110. 5110. NQ is simple. Just we want to see 70s hold. If 70s don't hold, this can trade all the way back up to 100. So you're just looking for like a strong seller to be I mean, ideally 60s hold is right for but that 70 to 80 area is going to be a bit our Globex people up there. Okay, I'm out though.
At 2 p.m. Eastern time, we get the Fed's beige book.
I'm going to be mad at a 1K trade. Not sure. I don't think he's been here today. I was trading NQ there. I took a short off of the failure to hold 21s and then look below 13 for continuation down. If 21's held, it's supportive. If we saw any sort of bid there to step in, then I would have looked for continuation back up to reoffer at 50s. But we did not. So I played that down to value low. And then I saw a big buyer step in on ES at that 5,109, 110 area. So I got out of the way. Sure. I mean, that's 7 points on NQ, man. With this volatility, it's gonna be like a 1 second trade. I don't understand your question even more. So you're looking for a pushback up to Globex high? Yeah, if we get over 80s and it shows a supportive, we go back up. I mean, you've got a volatility event going on right now, so please be careful. The only areas that I am comfortable trading are the edges. You're in the mid now, so it's like anyone's game. Especially if this is news off of a halt, right? Like it unhalts and then it goes in a different direction, the market goes with it. Like, sure, you can make money. You can also blow up your account in a single trade with this kind of event. When you say you saw a buyer, is it on Dom or Bookmap or what? Dom and Footprint. DOM, footprint, speed of tape.
So 1 minute now till the Fed's due to release the Fed's beige book.
We're getting like these crazy moves because like the bid literally just like stepped out of the way. New hourly, new zones.
So we have seen the release of the Fed beige book now. Notice that economic activity has increased slightly on balance since early January, with 8 districts reporting slight to modest growth in activity, 3 others reporting no change, and 1 district noting a slight softening. Employment rose at a slight to modest pace in most districts, according to the beige book. I've just posted out the link to the full beige book on the feed as well for anybody interested. Adds that economic activity increased slightly on balance and that price pressures persisted during the reporting period, but several districts reported some degree of moderation in inflation. Consumer spending, particularly on retail goods, inched down in the recent weeks, according to the beige book. It says overall labour market tightness eased further. Wages grew further across districts, although several reports indicated a slower pace of increase, according to the beige book. Beige book adds that loan demand was stable to down and credit quality was generally healthy despite a few reports of rising delinquencies. Notes that businesses found it harder to pass through higher costs to their customers who became increasingly sensitive to price changes.
A Top Step promo code. Yeah, if you look in the description, Robert, it's
Ongoing shipping disruptions in the Red Sea
description of the
and
stream.
Panama Canal did not generally have a notable impact on businesses during the reporting period, according to the beige book. Fed's beige book says the outlook for future economic growth remained generally positive, with contacts noting expectations for stronger demand and
The
less
link doesn't
restrictive
work.
financial conditions over the next 6 to 12 months.
Like, Try this. I traded it as like breaking with this volatility. VWAP retest across the board here. Russell, NQ, ES, all is resistance. See if we can recover them as supportive. This will be the resistance for the next leg down. Russell recovering the fastest with KRE coming back up from the sell-off. NQ, ES still just holding ups, resistance, Russell recovered. Need to see NQ over 8. Probably the Russell rebidding for upside. Or this will just be a another down leg. Like if I go to a 5-minute, a lot more sense from see how we're just kind of like trading in this right now. We failed to breach, then I'll be looking just to pierce below. Should be dependent on this Russell retest. Oh boy. Watching this 66.7 RTY value low. Nothing about this price action is quote unquote bullish, but we are holding value still. Just be careful. Wait for accept. Why do I try talking while I'm yawning? Wait for acceptance outside of this range. I wouldn't touch the range. Like there should be a pretty clear rebid if this is gonna go bullish on ES. Right now we're just rotating ticks around view up as resistance. And then Q again is just holding our 70 to 80 pivot. huge deltas on that candle on ES. Our volume, our value zone lows. 104, 102, yes. 3540 on NQ. I'm a bit worried about trying to take these. So I'm just not. It's a crazy concept. The FOMO is real. I don't know, man. You don't want to be on the wrong side of one of these trades. All your hard work just gone in an instant from monkey brain. Hopefully, at least if you are trading this and degenning it, me saying nothing about this is bullish was helpful.
Bank of America's Borthwick says loan growth is off to a slow start in Q1.
Since yeah, it's not all that great right now. That is for sure. But we'll see if value now holds his resistance here. Pretty big pivots across the board off the break of this range. We're going to be looking for offers basically to now hold where our buyers previously were to see if they're now offsides. That's the ideal setup now, is that we now see like offers try to like hold this and defend this low. Break of value show that balance is no longer in play. Continue down is what they're intending, right? And if we don't see a very clear offer, then it's just not worth. So all they're gonna do is get people trapped on both sides. Again, like what would be usually like a 2-point drawdown is gonna be like a 30-point drawdown if you're wrong all of a sudden with the volatility. I mean, it's just not worth blowing up your account over one trade, you know? Like it's just so dumb. like like it'll feel great being in it and being on the right side, but like how shitty would it feel like weeks of work just gone down because you took a trade? Like that's like there's gonna be nothing more defeating for your eval if you are on the wrong side of this. I'm on a trade of 8, Zach. It's crazy that this dude on Financial Juice still hasn't told us why this is happening. That blows my mind. Yeah, if you have level 2 data, if you pay for level 2 data, you can change your chart type from candles to a footprint chart. I think you might need to buy the volume package now with the new account. I don't know. I'm grandfathered into whatever the old package was. I think you have to like pay for VWAP now. It's garbage. But there's this is where it would be. Your chart type here. You can change it to bid ask volume, it's your footprint, or you can change it to a TPO chart. This is Russell into VWAP as resistance at our 2070. ES VWAP at 114. NQ VWAP still just kind of hovering at that 18070. So again, like that 70 to 80 on NQ is still our pivot. If sell algo is still on, right, we should see like pretty massive selling on VWAP again as we push into them. So keep an eye on this 70 to 80. See if the seller is showing strength there or if there's weakness and it's kind of just rotating ticks. Could let you know that that positioning is done. Same with ES into 1475. Here's your NQ VWAP test now. Selling's pretty passive so far. ES still has a bit more room. Mm, 5 minutes, Zach. 70 to 80 level and NQ still very active, but need to see a bit more of a reactionary sell now. Push below this 51. So this will just rotate. You want to see kind of like a sweep across. Sweep. Yeah, I keep 2 times in sale windows open for whatever I'm trading. Usually NQ with the volume filter of 1 and 5 for NQ right next to my chart. Good to see participation. So is this really just the Bancorp stuff? I'm missing something? I just see a share offering. Equity infusion and share offer.
Seeing NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at $1.92, diesel April futures at $2.66, gasoline April futures at $2.55. Finally, NYMEX WTI crude April futures settle at $79.13 a barrel, which is up 98 cents or 1.25%.
True. It end. Sorry, hello? You're a bit late? What's up, man? Are you medicated? I wish. Hmm. This view up seller's back, by the way. So just be careful here. Same large deltas going across off the failure push. Yeah, 10 a.m. I just entered a position by accident. Oh my god. Macro on my mouse. The hell. Man, easy $100 loss. Oh yeah. Maybe if I stayed in it, hoping that it would come up, just to exit it immediately. If I gotta click a random button and then be like, hopefully this works. But it is annoying. Is your continuation off your view up seller? I don't know if we hold these lows. Russell's still doing pretty good. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know if I should try to trade this rationally. I don't want to get you guys in bad positions. The only comfortable trade that I took was that short at 21 to 13 for the low. But like if some bullshit comes out and then we're on the wrong side, like it's not gonna be great. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. All right.
Seeing Brent crude futures settle at $82.96 a barrel. That's up 92 cents or 1.12% on the session. Just following the New York Community Bancorp story, as we did see around half hour ago, a New York Community Bancorp named ex-comptroller of currency Joseph Otting as their new CEO, and also mentioned that Mnuchin would give up to $1 billion in funding to the company. So that's NYCB raising more than $1 billion in equity led by Mnuchin's firm.
Huge
we did
financial
put out
news.
earlier from the Wall Street Journal
30 minutes
that
late.
New York Community Bancorp was looking for equity injection so that they could keep up.
I guess. I don't know.
So New York Community Bancorp's now resumed trading after a halt, jumping 30% after, again, it was halted for volatility. This has happened quite a few times today. Regional banks do seem to be affected by this New York Community Bancorp news. Again, just unsure how large it is in terms of the equity volatility that we did see earlier on this afternoon, but just following this story nonetheless.
See, that's why I don't understand. Like, KRE, regionals are up. They're not down. So, like, I don't... Like, XLF is fine. So, like, I just don't see how that's what this is. Like, if anything, the only thing that's leading down is retail today. Everything else is green. Like, if we go to XRT, like, you have some retail names that are definitely trending down right now. Whatever the hell DBI is. Marine Max, right? Like, these things are definitely pushing down. Victoria's Secret, not going to make it. Like, retail's in shambles today. But this is like, Jesus Christ, what is going on? What is this indicator? What's going on? What is causing... Hello? But yeah, like not all of these have been like trending down all day, right? Like it's not like a like they're just all been downtrend the entire day. Sector itself is just not doing well. And then you have like your main XLF holdings, like Morgan Stanley is not doing hot, but like the rest of XLF is okay. So I just don't think that's what the news. The banks seem fine. And again, like retail, definitely. But like even like see like these gap down and have been just trending down, and but like they've been going up bank wise. Like since then they've been going up, not down. Financial, right? So uh, I just doubt that that's what that is. So not a huge fan when I don't understand why something is happening. ESNQ back to value low here, our 14 to 20 pivot, our 102 to 104 pivot. If 102s become resistance, we move to 97s, right? Nothing new. Really going to be watching how the Russell reacts. Right now, we're just trading within our deviations here, right? With our AVWAP as the mean. Our deviation here, here. So I want to see how we react into value low, or if we can push over our POC and value high, kind of like show a break of balance. Until then, I don't know. I mean, it just looks like a downtrend continuation to me. The only issue is that we are where we want to see buyers, right? So I need to see a break below this level and then continuation down from where we're currently trading, because the short was at VWAP itself. So now it's just trend continuation with lower highs and lower lows. Not a great place to enter.
So the UK's DMO's Thiemann says the latest gilt issuance remit took account of market discussions around falling demand for long-dated gilts. So UK's DMO's Thiemann adds that steeper yield curve might reflect changing demand for long-dated gilts.
And what sucks is like the footprint itself is like very heavy handed, but like two-sided trading. Like there isn't really anything for me at least distinguishable that other than like the higher low POC shift up, per candle where we can like technically trade, get a scalp off, but it just like the action itself just is looks very different than what I want to see for like actual trading. I don't know. Not about it. Yeah, as long as we're holding 97s, I think everything's fine. Problem is that no one seems to give a shit about anything other than like the high and low. Like Globex just does the full retrace. We'll see. Just seem to do the full range. Like so far we haven't shown anything that like we haven't we're still like accepting the same levels last week. Like nothing has shifted in that sense. And like only the main pivots are being respected with actual like liquidity. Everything else is like pretty light. Very strange. It's a good example. I think there's just nothing except at our key pivots. We'll just continue to do these violent rotations until we actually choose. Yeah, exactly. New hourly in 4 minutes. Surely that'll break us out of this. I'm trying to aggressively push this. Actual like size on it. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, but this is your first acceptance or look below value here. Yes, into value at our 104 pivot. Russell coming down into value now, 6.7. Again, like if we want to see more downside, we need to see acceptance and a breakdown of this range and these buyers to be offsides. Right. Can try to look for a reoffer, I guess. I mean, nothing about this price action is bullish in its current state, but I think we need to come down a bit lower before reoffer makes sense. But I'm basically just going to be looking for like an aggressive seller to sweep Russell below VWAP here to kind of show that this no longer wants to rotate, and then we can for a continuation down. I don't know if it's worth. Hmm. This is our first look below Russell here. Looking to see if 70s can now hold as resistance. And we want to see a push below value and then that to hold. And like Russell reclaimed VWAP. Like there's just nothing here. Still just trading value. You know, watch this 30, 35 on Q as offer, but like if it pushes above that, then it's just gonna rotate back up to 60s. So we need to be it needs, like, if sellers are gonna do it, they need to do it like relatively soon.
The U.S. Energy Department announces the solicitation of approximately 3 million barrels of oil for delivery to the SPR in September.
We're just gonna continue doing rotations. I mean, the rotations are like, they make sense. I just don't want to play them. It's the same rotations as earlier. Like it's 102 to 104 is our hold and pivot. If 104 is bid, we then trade to 107.50s. 107.50s then hold and bid. We trade to 14s. Like the rotations are the same, and they've been the same all day. I just have zero interest now in trading them after all the volatility. Same with like our 14 to 20 has been the low on NQ, and then the hold and rebid of 40s gives you a push up to 70s. But like I don't, like, our lows are still maintaining, and our like value pivots are still maintaining. Again, like I just don't really see, like, our levels are playing without me seeing the participation that I want to see at the levels. That makes sense. To like derive like a directional bias.
Bank of Canada's Macklem says if core inflation measures stay where they are, then our forecasts for total inflation coming down probably aren't going to materialize, and we're going to be taking our rate decision one at a time. We will take our April decision in April when we will have the benefit of more data. I continue to believe the risks to the inflation outlook are reasonably balanced. Macklem says we're seeing progress in the fight against inflation. We expect to see further progress. Inflation expectations have remained well anchored. That's certainly helping us get inflation back.
Like all of our levels are playing, and what we expect to happen at the levels are playing. I might just play off of Russell, to be honest. Watching RTY and the VWAP here. See if 70s now hold as resistance, or if we will again just rotate from value. I don't know. So far, you have trapped sellers at 68.6. I don't know if it's gonna push down further, but right now you do have some trapped sellers at these lows on RTY. See if our next candle can push. I'd like to see us over 72s on RTY if we were going to punish the seller at the low. So far, we need to get over the, like, it'll just be where celery offer is. 71.80. Love to see a bid above that. See if buyers can push off of this. Leave it into 71.80. They're still holding shit. What's this? Sellers are going to try to 3-bar this on RTY on the 5. Need to see a break of the candle body low here for that confirmation. That'll give you that push into our 6670. For ES, I've talked about this before, but you want to see this 102 now hold as this 102, 104 on offer now hold as resistance for push to 97. We're just slow grinding down. There's your 3-bar and target here on RTY. $66.7 hit. Potential for a reoffer up into 68.7 here. And then you'd want to see a seller step in again. Mine's okay. I'm having some like desync with pricing though, compared to TradingView to TradeAvate. All right, well that 3-bar was like the only thing that I saw that actually looked actionable. Now we see if we mean revert or if we can get the breakdown at 66.7s. Watching ES into 104s. We need to see a seller step in here soon. This can just gravitate back up off of sell side exhaustion, failure to push below. I want this 102 and 104 to stick as resistance if it's going to do it. We might need to see Russell come up into VWAP at 70s again first. Ideally, that doesn't need to happen, but it's kind of looking like it's setting up for it off the hold of 66.7. So we need to see like a look below that, like immediately, or a push to 70s seem likely for reoffer, and then we get a direction. Pushing into our ES pivot now. And Q pivots up at 30. Again, we're looking for a Russell into VWAP as resistance here at this 270, like 69.50. Either this will now be like a strong resistance or we'll continue to trade balance. But we should have a pretty clear indication with how we react into that level. Testing it now. Solid rejection so far off of our VWAP, Globex VWAP on RTY. Need to see a break of the higher lows though for this to really play. Flip back over to a 5. Need to see a break up below 60, 6.7. Break of these lows, pushing down. If this continues to hold higher lows and then we do recover this level, like I really do think we just have the potential to retrace the entire balance with sellers so passive. I was hoping this would be our shift. I still am. Your first risk off on RTY if you're shorting from 69.50, 70, just as we retest the lows into 66.70. Need to see a breakdown here, ideally a seller sweep. That should lead ES down and NQ. Sellers are not aggressive yet. Still holding the 6670 on RTY. First real like seller stepping in now. Need to see a push below 66s or this guy can get caught off sides. Moving my stops down here. Looking for 63.6 next target. Pushing into target now. Risking off one more here. Next target below, of course, just our 59.57 major pivot. I have one contract left for stuff 3. Yes, double bottom as of right now. Need to see 102's offer. Target, of course, is 97s below for yes. This is the only actionable play that I could see, and it was actionable across all 3. But using the Russell with that VWAP projection, you can see a very clear shift from the where buyers were, right, on this VWAP, to then it becoming our resistance, then just playing off of that level. You can see like where I'm hovering my mouse, that's also your high on ES, also your high. So if we can play off of that and that rejection, that shift in our trend, right, our balance, we can at least take an educated play there, right? And Q testing value low now. See if it's resistance. Yes, we're just looking for this 102 to 104 to be our offer. We're looking for 6360s on the Russell to hold offer, or we might need to come back up all the way. It's these pivots. Ideally, we just push down to 50 here. I'm sick of this. Yeah, that 57 to 59 is our target if we can't recover 63.6. Look to see if your offer on RTY will hold this 65 0.3 to like 66. Just we're looking to see if this AVWAP is now resistance. This line where we have an imbalance plus our AVWAP. Want to see if our offer can stick here or if we're going to need to come all the way back up to our. Here it is, 66.3. This is as far as I'd want it to go. Or we'll completely retrace. So let's see if the offer can stick here. And sellers can push us back below 65, so that'll be ideal. No, they didn't do it. Last chance here. I got stopped out of my contract, but I'll look to re-enter if I see what I want. I want to see this be like a hard rejection. I want to see buyers trapped here. Because if this becomes supportive again, we're just gonna trade back up to VWAP at 70. Like it's the same shit again. Yeah, I think that might be all she wrote. I don't know if we're gonna get more. But what you are getting is ES and NQ into our Globex VWAPs here. So ES target, it's going to be this like 13-14 area. If Russell can now bid this, our pivot. And for NQ, probably look up into like 60-70 if Russell can hold here. We're just looking for a reclaim of 41s for that to run in. I'm fine getting stopped out of my last contract. It's whatever. I just wanted us out of this room. The times and sales, what's the difference between the sale lines, red background with white numbers and black background, red number by? So if it's a black background but red, it's the same price as the previous pick. If it's a red background, white, it's a down tick, so it's a below the previous price, down tick. Black background plus same price and previous up. And then green background with white uptick, so a change from current price, a push up. I don't know if that's helpful. Just an entire row highlighted in green is an uptick in price. Entire row red, downtick price. And then trades that are red are just on a downtick. Trades that are green but black background are just trades that were on an up. That's literally it. I already did. Though. Big test here. So let's see if the Russell can find this as our supportive bid again, right? For the, exactly what I was talking about. See if we can get that push to VWAP. If RTY can hold here now. Yeah, sorry, I don't know how late you how long ago that message was from. My bad. I'm like half asleep trying to find trades for these people. Staring at this chart. Russell got the hold, but we're not seeing all that big of a reaction off of ES and Q yet. They're still holding our major pivots with ES just holding POC as resistance as of yet. And Q still just holding our 35, 41. Again, we need to see 41s become supportive for that push up to our 60, 70 target. See if we can get the look above and hold. Still waiting to see if this Russell flagging play out. You look above on 41s. Want to see this refit ideally, but if 41s will hold here. Be careful because yes is coming to our view up a lot faster than you. Yes is like basically there into our 13, 14 target, which is your Globex view up. Q still has quite a bit of room. We have to see if the yes reaction is enough to negate this or not. Same with the Russell into our 2070. Regardless, though, this trade off of 41s is already paid 10 points. Push to our 52s, looking for 60s. Took one off into 52. Got one more here into 60. One left. 42 average. Break even. Up. Looking for 70. Might be actually looking for 65s. That's realistic. 65, 70 is what I'm for. Watch how price reacts into it. Move stop up accordingly. I just got
Market
stopped on my last
close
contract
imbalance,
off of
currently sitting
MOC
at 1.3
volatility.
billion to the sell side. Just waiting for the final orders before we call it. Market on close imbalance, 1.3 billion to the sell side.
Same trade probably again if we get the reclaim. Just waiting for volatility to end here. See numbers. Come back down to our mean. Look over 41s here. Again. It's pretty all over the place still. Just keeping an eye on the Russell with this lower high. I haven't taken a trade yet. We're getting to look above, but we're not seeing liquidity present, and literally skipping over it. It's like really keeping an eye on Russell leading here. A failure of VWAP. Liquidity seems to be stepping back in a bit on the DOM off of the MOC numbers. Like there was nothing for a couple seconds there. Coming back in. Looking to see if we can maintain value lows here, specifically NQ. Testing our 35 edge. Push over 40s. This looks like a much more defensible bid. 41's defended. Hopefully that you guys could like actually see the very clear difference in those two different attempts, like how price reacted at the level. $41s. Same trade. Much more defensible bid that last attempt. Push above and then look back into her 60. Compared to the last attempt, we saw basically just no interest. RTY rejecting view up again. Really need to see this over 270 if you want any more. 5 minutes, or 4 minutes actually. Market close. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to take. I'm glad I was able to find a couple setups though, end of day. All right, that is that. GG's. sir. If you guys haven't turned on the new indicator, I highly recommend you turn it on and then read the description that I wrote out. Just so you have a basic understanding. Regardless if you're going to use the indicator or not, I think that the rules that I've outlined and the drawings are still really good for just basic volume profile stuff and will be helpful to you just to get a better idea of like what we're looking for and like some solid trades that you can look for off of just your daily volume profile. But definitely read through that, and then we can start to do some more in-depth strategies, and I can show you guys some stuff while like including using stacked with it. But I want everyone to get on like a basic level before I try to do like intermediate stuff with it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video, but I've got to figure out how to go about it because it's a bit more nuanced. So I might have to do like a level 1, level 5, level 10 kind of thing where we have like a beginner's guide, setups you can look for, more intermediate thing. I don't know. I'll have to write out a script for it and see if I can figure out something that makes sense. I mean, regardless though, they work as great pivots to trade around and look for mean reversion. But yeah, please read the description, go over it from there. Either the one that I put in the indicators thread or the one on the TradingView page itself. I will see you all tomorrow, bright and early. Peace. Oh, and I almost forgot. If you can rocket ship, thumbs up, whatever you want to call it, the TradingView script, and potentially put a +1 comment or a thank you comment or anything, literally anything, just a comment. Hopefully that'll bump us up in the trending, get us some, and hopefully the more comments and more likes on it, the less likely they are to take it down. That's the idea. So if you guys could do that, that'd be really appreciated. All right, that's the last thing I had to say. You guys have a good rest of your night.